Hi, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Well, the belated Thanksgiving weekend. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all sorts of things happening in the past few days. I actually was able to pick up some nice upgrades online, so looking forward to that. So I finally got my 4 other jobs that I was leveling up to a high enough 99. So I'm ready to show you guys all 5 of the Dawntrail role quest sets. Now, I'm gonna say in advance that I did already do the White Mage one, the healer one I should say, but I'm going to redo it again with New Game Plus since it was added to that, and that's gonna be the last one I do. So all of these first 4 are gonna be totally sight unseen, and then just for completion I'll redo the healer one. So we are gonna start with the tank role quest on my Dark Knight. So let's go! Alright. So for the tank role quest, we're gonna be talking to this lady right here. Lozanique. I like that hair. I had that hair before. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. And I suppose Brooke Evu has enlisted you to our aid. Uh-huh. Tell me what's up. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is Lozanique, and I hail from the northern reaches of Saktural, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere a Tural Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths, it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Huh. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tentuawa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tentuawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him even a little, then I must. Brooke Evu has done well to send you to me. I could tell you are just the woman to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentuawa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tentuawa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard is like a second home to me. Emmerich, best husbando. Thank you, Alessandra. I knew the narwhal would give a braid. I feel like I'm not fully awake yet. I'm sorry. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tentuawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Yeah, he'd stick out like a sore thumb in Ishgard. Okay. So I'm gonna get my water bottle really quick because I herped and forgot it. Be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. It's like when I go on a trip, there's always something I feel like I'm forgetting. Alright, so he's at the Forgotten Night, right? Right. Let's go over there then. Kind of makes sense that we'd come here, because this is where the Dark Knight NPCs are. Lol. Hello, Gabrielant. This is Alessandra. What'll it be? I'm looking for a person that looks like this. Lad from the Western continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers now, can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago, was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. Okay. We will take the Etherite now. Yeah. Someday I need to go back and continue some of the crafting quests I never got back to. Hot-blooded youth. Oh, he pissed that noble off. Bunch of useless. By the narwhal's horn, you'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. Here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. Hey, I was looking for you, bro. Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Your friend sent me. The Zaniqua sent you? Even across oceans, she could sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. Don't worry, I'm popular here. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time until they use the cradle to commit some misdeed or other, but it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I have only a description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elzin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruit she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I mocked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes on her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Huh. Let's go to the knights. Skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. Was it? Suppose that's what you'd call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there, but where would we find one willing to speak? I know where to go. At their barracks, near the tavern? I know the way, I'll meet you there. I was thinking to myself that I like how the role quests in Dawntrail are all intertwined, kind of similar to the Shadowbringer ones. I feel like that was an element that was missing from the Endwalker ones. Not that they were bad per se, but there wasn't like a connecting thread to, you know, say like, oh, you want to do all of them so you see the whole story. Over here. This is it, right? Let's not waste any time, Alessandra. Why, Mistress Vandiga, what brings you to the congregation? We're looking for an Ellison with red hair. This passage of the Unbound is not a name I've heard before, but if one of their number has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Ellison woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait. You said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Tento Awa, then trust me. You know me. You are right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragonsong War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Tento Awa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you as Mistress Vandiga has. I'm glad we could see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofil. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought of leaving with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of the order, then 'tis clear we could suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofil and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Can you join me over there, Alessandra? Okay. I shall inform my superiors at once. Worry not, we shall soon form a plan to bring that wicked Leofine to heel. Get the feeling we're going to the next quest. So we have a name. Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in this city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. The moment has arrived. There you are, Alessandra. I've been walking Ishgard's streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle, so if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. I wonder if she holds some resentment for being kicked out. Mistress Van Niga, Master Tentuawa, I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. These efforts have already borne fruit. We but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eugenal for the report. Knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry, Alessandra. And to blow my nose. Sorry. And take the etherite outside. I'll tell you, cold weather and allergies is a bad combo. My nose is just irritated AF. Alright. I remember when I was leveling my Dark Knight, I loved pairing it with the Sleipnir mount. I haven't used that mount in so long. There you are. This must be him. Well, don't dally. Okay. I was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? He sighted a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south along the footpath, but that is all we know. South? Yes, this is Eugenal. What? Hold fast, I shall send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of temple knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please go find my men before any lives are lost. You got it, Cubby. Let's go. I think I'll use this instead. I don't know why, but I can't remember the airship from Final Fantasy IX looking like this. Like, I don't doubt that it is, I just can't remember it being that way. I know it didn't transform. least I don't think it did. It's been so long since I played 9. Gosh. They should be close, right? I'll search the road on the other side of the river. Alessandra, you search further down the road, and keep your weapon at the ready. Okay. Wolves. Come here, you! There we go. Hey buddy, you okay? Did they put the chocobos to sleep? You saved us. You were almost... You won't be feasting today! Not a moment too soon. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. The wide eye? Oh, it put those guys out. You were too late. No, they're not. Just look, they're asleep is all. Good. Good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There's nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The temple knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing, and the beasts attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. What happened? We fell asleep? But we were patrolling. He must be mistaken. A temple knight would never shirk his duty so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugenal's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we would all be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Hey now. Hold on. Now hold on just a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen and... Now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. What? Don't let these guys get in trouble. They should know. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobo seems to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. Okay. no coincidence that the giant birds and 2 guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. Why aren't you willing to tell them that? But even if Leofine was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. Why don't you want to tell them? Dude, don't make no damn sense. You said the knights from Camp Dragonhead are on their way, yes? Then I believe we shall have ample protection for the remainder of our journey. Okay. Okay, we're going back to Foundation now. You know, I don't feel like I've ever noticed this wreckage before. It's so high up. Never really see it when you're just limited to the ground. Wonder if that's a Garlean ship. Probably is. It's either Garlean ship or it's Allagan wreckage, but doesn't look like the other Allagan wreckage we've seen, so... Let me in, let me in! Oh, wrong one. Alright. Beat by the Forgotten Knight? Yeah. Da, 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 da. Leofine may have escaped us, but the witness's report has given us a clue to follow. Thank the narwhal for guiding us swiftly to the knights. We have received a report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own sleeping on duty. By the Fury. Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say it, those 2 shall be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The Cradle of the Sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Ah yes, you said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofine's plots, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured you shall be the first to know of any developments. Alessandra, there's more I would tell you about the Cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. Alright. Now that you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe, the narwhal's lullaby can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe. And even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest, a wide eye. Me. For 10 years, I've been awake, trading day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Dude, why? Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside. The Shut-Eye. You've met her, in fact. Luzanique. Hey, I don't think that's fair. As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating, so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain pass, but that time is long past. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Luzanique and I have both devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. I don't think you have to do that. Look, I don't want you to... I don't want to offend you, but this is a good question. How'd they steal it from you? Well, about that... No, I've no excuse. It was my fault it was stolen. I'll bear that burden. A protector must take responsibility for his charges. You're not answering the question, but we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. More true than not. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. Right. But I wish you would have answered my question! Maybe was embarrassed. Just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Luzanique. I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write her, but we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Whatever you write, don't make her wait too long. That'll make her worry more. Good advice, as usual. I wish we had even a single thread to grasp, but an unexciting letter is better than none at all. Alright, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Oh, don't misunderstand. It's nothing so grave as that. It's just... the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. I will give Leofine free rein while I'm helpless in bed. There's no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. I wonder if the implication is that he'd be sleeping a lot? Mistress Randiga, Master Tantuala. We have received reports that several groups of the Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what could only be your stolen artifact. Several? Let me guess, they were all guarding someone else? You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. Yet the weight of embarrassment is a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. Fairy was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see these incidents repeat. Still, while the Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, 'tis a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of the Unbound leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. Perhaps she gets her jolly seeing people humiliated? She may be testing the limit of the artifact's powers? This is funny and probably accurate, but I'll go with this. Then you suggest she has a greater purpose in mind for it, and these incidents are simply a prelude. We cannot discount that theory, I admit. We shall remain vigilant. There's no telling how much chaos she can sow if left unchecked. We have to do everything we can to get the cradle out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder, why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? Come on, dude, you heard what he said earlier. I've thought the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fontaines. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weaknesses. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knights has but recently been dispatched to Kurthus. You remember Gorgagne Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Thus have the Temple Knights planned joint patrols of its premises with other contingents. If you speak with Sir Redwald at Falcon's Nest, I'm certain he would be glad to have you along. Right. Going to the Kurthus Western Highlands. I wish they would add it as an exit to the Aetheryte. They only give the option to take this to go out, but they should have one for the Western Islands too, and they don't. You always have to run past the Skysteel manufactory. I don't know why they do that. Hey, Redwald. Is that Mistress Vandika, I see? Of course, you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest, yet I believe I do not know your companion here. This is Tentoawa. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knight's humiliations have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty, I dare not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. No, the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If it can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Yeah. Now, you believe this Leophine might take an interest in our activities at Gorgone Mills, right? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of temple knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mills can be found to the north, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach them before Leophine does. Right. Let's go! So quiet right now. There's someone up there. Bridge. Man, can't believe it's been almost 10 years since Heavensward came out. In 2015. Feels like a lifetime ago. Here we are. Oh no! We're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwold gave the impression there were more. These mites must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leophine. I'll rouse these ones. Alessandra, you search that building yonder. Okay. Wait. Okay. It's like, I can't see the marking. Who the hell is you? How'd you get past the guards? You okay? It's you! Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? They were knocked out. Sleeping? I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whoever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall tend to our wounds and then finish our inspection here. Mr. Sendiga, I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished. As I thought, just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now, and I won't kill you. What did they call you again? The Wide Eye. You must have had quite the journey to come this far. He's not alone. Be careful, Alessandra. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. Yeah, I got it. That is your ally. Aware their nimble hands. They may seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not, I suppose. Before you throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us know true freedom. If there is aught you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Quit spouting nonsense! Nonsense? Perhaps. I am here because of another, after all. Abyahi, who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into... well, what does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the Temple Knights, in seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. And then I'll... Nani the fuck? Oh dear. You seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent. To think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter, I have learned more than enough to take my next step. See to it that this lot is disposed of. 'Tis the least you can do for the freedom I have given you. You sure you want to do this? Okay. Come on, bitches! Easy peasy. DoW, can you wake up? Wake up, buddy, wake up! Try as you might to rouse Tentawa, he seems completely detached from the waking world. Wonder how exhausted he was. It looks like you've saved us twice today. Thank you. You're welcome. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could be this is what Sir Filmabert warned us of in his report. Yes, she put him to sleep with the artifact. I see. Then those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen further than I had dared imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. 'Twas only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Okay. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nest. Alessandra, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Okay. I'll go ahead and just teleport back. How glad am I to see you well, Mistress Van Liga. I understand you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tentoawa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. Okay. There is another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgonane Mills, it seems there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells, their guards found in a deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this. Well, that's what she meant by freedom. And doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were the self-same criminals. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side and using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of these attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revelations with my superiors, 'twas decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. Why? The passage of the Unbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust, not unlike the blasphemies of the final days. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tentoawa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts. Okay, fair enough. But at least let people among your guard know. Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she is in league with Ishgard's more unsavory elements, she could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We could but hope that Tentoawa awakens before she emerges again. How's he doing? Alessandra, there you are. Oh, hi. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the Norwell guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tendoawa mentioned. You hail from the same village, yes? I am Firmament of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Ah, Tendoawa wrote about you in his letters. I am Losanique, and the honor is all mine. Is Tendoawa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. He got put to sleep. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You promised you'd write me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? I was so worried. At least I could take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, Alessandra. Yep. He did tell me that, but this is more important right now. Is there any way to counteract the Cradle's influence? And one stay awake forever by sheer force of will? The answer is the same. Although we can deny ourselves food or drink, sleep is another matter. It always finds us in time. And to rouse oneself from a slumber this deep is an impossible task, even for someone like Tendoawa. Do you know why Tendoawa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicated that those affected woke in a matter of moments, yet Tendoawa shows no signs of stirring. Well, that... I'm sorry, I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut-eye has fallen into a sleep much like this. One so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the shut-eye back to the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tendoawa. I don't know their Eosian name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mist blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eosia can one be closer to touching the sun. Okay. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call moorballs. And the thicker it is, the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead. I know them well. Moorballs are not an uncommon sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, Alessandra? Sure, leave it to me. Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the moorball saliva must be the fresher of the two, I ask that you first climb into the heavens and pick the dandelions for Tendoawa. I was going to do that anyway. Alright. Let's get some flowers. Okay, we'll go to Zenith. La, 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 la. I did all of the Mughal tribe quests for Allied Society now. There's a lot of yellow flowers here. Is there a particular set I need to pick? Right next to this dude? Over there. The sun-drenched dandelions shine an almost golden yellow. Now for a much more gruesome task. Venture to the Dravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown warble. Joy. Yeah, I knew it'd be near the Arboretum. Would the cheaper teleport be to go to Idleshire? Yeah. Seems like there's no working aetherites here anyway. I almost forgot about that. Da, da, da. To the south! Mm-hmm. Alright. I wonder what a marble would smell like in the real world. It would definitely have a swampy smell, but maybe there'd be more to than that. Maybe it would be combined swamp and dead carcass from what it eats. You disgusting creature! Oh, my bad. I feel I will greet this. Oh. The fate boss one is over there. Alright. Am I blind? Am I blind? Where is she? She should be right there. What am I missing? Oh, maybe she's upstairs. I'm stupid. I was wondering about that. I just couldn't see very high. There she is. I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you've brought them with you. Yes, here you go. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. Done all we can. Now we wait for Tentoawa to open his eyes. Huh? Where am I? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentoawa. I'm glad you're finally awake. Losanique, what are you doing here? I see. So Leofine wielded the cradle against me, and I was tucked soundly in bed. Losanique came all this way. Curse my weakness! Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed! For 10 years I endured countless trials, and when the time came I couldn't even swing my damn weapon! It's not your fault, Tentoawa. If anyone's to blame for what happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it! What are you talking about? As you may know, Leofine won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Toral. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, and I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tentoawa. While Losanique was sleeping, Leofine snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted. Cradle of the Sleepless. I put Losanique's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. Losanique is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Thank you, Alessandra. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people came to harm, especially Losanique. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Seeing you with such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofine's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. Right. I'm embarrassed to admit that was the first time I've ever created the mixture. Glad it worked as intended. As long as you have a recipe. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. Saw Losanique and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I could remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. Of course, the moment I gave form to that thought. I opened them, and Losanique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all. Your duty. And it was your duty, too, that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep, but being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days where we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it. And I want to walk it with you. Right. But not yet. First we must reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take our first steps toward that new future, I promise. I must confess I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. Can't even grip my weapon properly. Yeah, I saw it go into her. Maybe she took your vitality for herself. Does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. It may just mean the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might not pass on their fatigue, rather they absorb another's vigor? The end effect would be the same. Cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint... If we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leofine does too, and then it will be too late. We have to root her out. I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Losanique never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have training to regain what strength Leofine stole from me. You have my word, I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest that you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. You got it. Perfect. Are you afraid of the dark? I don't have enough ingredients to make spring dew again. We'll have to deal with Leofine before the cradle's power returns. Yeah, let's do that. You're looking strong, Alessandra. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's so much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before if we're to have any hope of catching Leofine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any further than the Temple Knights? We've pondered the same question. Our best guess was that as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses. Well, I also think it's revenge, but... She's using her knowledge as a weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we could learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Filmerboat? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her own squadron might be able to shed light onto her past. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Filmerboat was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Losanique. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I don't want to sit around until I got tired again. We're all better for it. Since you've gathered the information, it's only fitting I should do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmabird told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have Alessandra to guide you. You'll go with Tetuao, won't you? Sure. I knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Alessandra. Let's get moving. Okay. So it looks like one is here inside the congregation. Guess they're upstairs. It should have an up arrow. Well, this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? Tell us about Leofine. Want to know about Leofine? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the temple knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine was out to aid in this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. Well, I'm curious to know what her reason was for getting kicked out. Like, they're not saying, oh, she just left. They're saying she was, like, fired. In a way. So I'm curious if she did something wrong that she thought she was right to do. Maybe someone was supposed to get punished that didn't? You require aid. I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Tell me about Leofine. Leofine? Aha, I could spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was after just such a night she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger, yet she's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. So she was fired for falling asleep because she had been drinking and gambling, and her squad mates died. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior guard, but here's a statue of a flesh and blood knight. Never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the Cradle of the Sleepless, and thanks to its blessings, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. There's nothing wrong with comforting symbols. All is quiet, even so I must remain vigilant. Tell us about Leophile. Leophile, eh? A name spoken of in hushed whispers now, and many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how our actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that our group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Uxundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Handaloop has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. As much as Emmerich is best husband, though, I'm sure he handled it just fine. But we do know enough to guess her next move. You're right, whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has an almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And this, what did he call it, a delegation, may prove an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we work together, we might be able to trap her. Right. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Handaloop what we know. We will take this Aetherite back to the other Aetherite. You're ever welcome at the congregation, Alessandra. I'm well apprised of Leophine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. And this must be Master Tedoawa, who crossed from the ocean from Tyrol. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me? We heard you're going to the Sea of Clouds. We think she might attack you. I see you and I had the same doubts. The delegation to Okzundu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Sonuvanu, chief of the Zundu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanuvanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action, for the safety of all. Yeah, this could be the perfect chance to draw her out, catch her. That's right. Alessandra and I won't let anyone come to harm. And as long as you warn the Vanuvanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You're right. The Zundu would not stand idly by while we suffer at Leofine's hand. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by a great hero, Alessandra. Right. If you tell the Zundu that she is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts should be quelled. Then you'll proceed? Indeed, the time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counter-offensive. I shall bring this suggestion of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her scheme. I first must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Right. That's what I thought. Tedwell had told me that you learned of Leofine. To be honest, I do empathize somewhat with their desire to be free from the bonds of sleep, but that's where my sympathy ends. It's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me if these Zundu will soon be visiting. Yeah, they're like the Hana Hanu. Really? Two such groups of such people so far apart. The world really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've barely even considered sending delegations outside our village gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change, no hope to build trust. Only there was a way to bridge the distance between us, and greet tomorrow hand in hand. But maybe that's just a silly dream. Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that future in mind as we get back to training. As for you, Alessandra, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. Okay. Alright, here's the last one for the tank. I just realized he gave me a pizza. So Handaloop still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course, I agree with you, Tetoawa. We have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I'm pleased to say that the Zundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handaloop. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Uxundu as soon as possible so you may help plan our strategy. You got it. I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as the club. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Lucilique, and Alessandra too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle would never have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sonovanu. Let's go! I probably could have taken an airship, but it's fine. Ugh. Up there. Hello, sir. Honored Netherling, your return to Oxundu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sono knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the sun-drop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. Chief Solovano, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tento Awa, and if this sun-drop dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgad's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tento Awa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop dance, and the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, that the Sundrop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Uxundu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a rolling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Chief Solu, Netherling ship appears in the skies like sudden sun shower hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel. Like a lightning bolt in the night, Leofing strikes. Temple Knights were coming by airship, right? All Leofing had to do was to lull the pilot to sleep. She saw right through us, and now we're back on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward, and now we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go! So does that mean she was on the ship? How would she have been close enough to trigger it right at that point? We're fortunate that Leofine chose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Oxulu or even Ishgard. Let me check something. Do I have... No, okay. I knew I had 2 level 100 rings, but... Okay, here we go. Yeah, put those on. Alright. If this is the work of the Cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today one way or another. Oh, she had a mount. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. 'Tis a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their labors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Ah, I didn't see you there. The shut eye wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough! We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers, all at at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be an announcement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Lozanique's by my side, that's the life I want. We'll take the cradle back together. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. The unchivalrous. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. Which one's my stun? Okay. Interject. Lozanique, heal me. Alright, so far so good. Okay. Oh. There we go. Stay down. You need help? Okay, good. Yeah! Good job! Now you're all alone. This ends now, Leafine. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well. Dance with me, Wide-Eye. Alright. There you go. Good, good. I'll take this one. I don't know how long she'll be staying over here, but I'll put this down. Bring this guy out. What's going on? The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Need to be careful. Can we interrupt it? I'm alright. What about Tendoawa? He's asleep. You think this piece of wood is for protection? Such a cloying sentiment. You lot, finish him off. Help me, Xundu. Oh, no, you don't. On your feet, Tendoawa. It's your duty as a Wide-Eye. What? I was asleep? I owe you all my life. Thank you. Zundu, go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. No, Sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? Bitch, you thought? But this first. Right. Finish her! We did it! You stubborn! You may have won today, but this is not over. Yes, it is. Stop! Damned fool! Now! No! Say goodnight, Leofine. The wide-eye watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Alessandra, wake up! Are you alright? Only she would smile at a time like this. She's awake. Are you okay? Netherling looks hale as a warrior in their prime. Good. Our wicked foes fled from Sundrop dance like twilight before dawn. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long. And judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap any of your trademark vigor. Your work is done, Alessandra. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It's thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine. And with the cradle back in our possession, I think we could consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. The Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gillicat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop's dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handaloop is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. We didn't see what happened to her though, and her griffin went after her. Maybe we'll see what happened to her in the final quest they bring out in January. Oh, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine posed is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place, and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Oxundo turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zundu and Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. Remy! Hi, Remy! I'm doing okay. How are you doing? And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten powers, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Leofine's schemes and the heroes who work to foil them, and in time I hope that trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come, relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. We'd be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call on us. We'll be there, no questions asked. Yeah, it's a Sunday afternoon here now, too. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. Bye! We'll be passing through Tuliolal on our way back, Alessandra. If you have any business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Zabov Tea before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. Hey, Remy. Do you have that Death Note Killer Within game? I just got it last night, and I'm really liking it. It'd be a good game to play together if you have it. Oh, I love Death Note. So basically the game kind of takes the premise of Among Us, but really elevates it. Because in Death Note, you have like the main investigator L, and then you also have like the main villain Kira and his follower. So in the game, two people are assigned as Kira and the follower, and then one person is assigned as L and everyone else is assigned as an investigator. And so the real investigators have to try and figure out who Kira and the Kira follower are, while Kira and the Kira follower have to try and figure out who among them is L and kill them in order to win the game. I'm glad you made it back to Tural, Alessandra. I'd been in Ishgard for so long I'd almost forgotten what it's like to sweat. I remember now, you can be sure. Alessandra, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago, but apprised Brook Ebu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliyollal and Ishgard were likely entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tentoawa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu showed that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard, Handaloop. The bond between Ishgard and Uxundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think that's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? She who bent her ears to every note of Narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in her eyes. Thank you, Alessandra. For believing in us, for believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. I only protected you as you protected me. Is that what I did? I honestly don't remember much about that moment. I think I was only acting on instinct. I suppose that's what it means to have faith in your allies. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. We can do that, and learn to look towards the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled, and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right. Of course. If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, Alessandra. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Bye! Woot! And yeah, Remy, I would definitely look up videos of people playing it on YouTube. That's what I was doing before I decided to buy it. But it did help I was given a gift card for my birthday. Alright. Do I want to do the caster or the reaper one? I think I want to do the reaper one next. We'll change it around a bit. It was at the end of October, but I had a belated birthday party, so I got it a little late. Better late than never. Shashepya seeks an adventurer who likes getting up close and personal. Hello there. I take it you've spoken with Brooke Evel. Willing to lend a hand? Sure. I'm truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shashepya, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Dawntrail in search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations, my people have watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the Swallowtail Tural Vidral is sealed. Before its ascension, the Swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones, and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the self-same abilities. Indeed, the wielder, too, may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-blade wielding viper, or savage Brax, with claws and fangs to cut whomsoever they please. Not me. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest. But though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture a quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. Hi, Red! Welcome! I told you I'd be streaming the Royal Quest. You missed the tank one though. I'm starting the melee DPS one now. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is the name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation, and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. As much as it'd be nice to save some money, I wouldn't say that. Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern lands, search for a Vieira woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. Okay. I knew it was gonna be a ranged DPS. Kugane, huh? Well, I could technically save money using my housing teleport. God knows Kugane is like on the opposite side of the map. I can see now why they were making the comments about the teleport fees. They knew it would be like ridiculously expensive. Oh, thank you. I made them with my partner Jehoshaphat's. The chibi model is from a high school friend that made it for me, and the jellyfish model is from a woman who does slime Live 2D models. And when I saw them, I thought, oh, they'd work really well as a jellyfish. Oh, she made me a jellyfish one. I need to remember to link her contact info on my Twitch page, though. I forgot to do that. Alright. Let's ask around for where this hunter is. Wait, did I pass one or are they upstairs? I think they're upstairs. The last from Terrell, was it? Sorry, can't help you. That reminds me, though. I heard Terrell is its own local variety of spirits called mezcal. Been meaning to taste it myself for an age now, but you've no idea how hard it is to get one's hands on a bottle of it here. Oh, just go there. They've got a tourism thing now. Welcome to the Shiokaze hostelry. How may I serve you? I'm looking for a hunter from Terrell. We are searching for someone. As a matter of fact, I do distinctly remember seeing a Vieira woman of that description earlier, but I'm afraid I could not tell you where she may be now. Fine. A Vieira woman bearing a bow. Why, yes, I do recall such a person. It's hard not to notice her, really, given how she was peering at every little thing. If she came from the distant lands to the west, no doubt Kugana is quite the unusual sight for her. With any luck, she'll still be where I saw her, in the vicinity of the Seisegumi barracks. I wonder why she went there. The barracks? Was she looking for help? I like Kugana's music and aesthetic. I need to remodel my FC house. I still haven't been doing like a solid, consistent schedule yet, Remy, but most of the time if I'm streaming now, it's on the weekends. So if it's 10 o'clock and it's a Saturday or Sunday, or maybe a holiday I have off, then I'm likely to be streaming. I didn't stream yesterday though, because I wasn't feeling well, but I finished the role quest of the leveling so I could do the role quest today, so here I am. This city is simply too large for me to cover alone. Perhaps it's time I returned home. Hello! I've come to aid your search, Itoka. Oh, is that right? I'm grateful, but why? Your friend sent me. I see. Shashepia always was a worrywart. Won't deny I appreciate the help, though. Ascertaining the whereabouts of the cocoon has been no easy task. I managed to secure room and board in this lodging after arriving in Kugane, and have been using it as a base to track down the thief ever since. I'll tell you all I know. Oh no. No, Exodus is on Primal, Red. That's how I was able to visit you on Ultros. We're on the same data center. According to an eyewitness from my village, the thief is a middle-aged Huron male. That's all we have to go on regarding his appearance. Yet so long as he possesses the cocoon, he could be anyone and anything. An elderly woman traipsing along the street, a child throwing a ball, mayhap even the dog chasing after it. Truth be told, I was nigh at wit's end trying to find him. That is, until I discovered that a series of unusual squabbles have been occurring around the city. After investigating these incidents, I found one commonality. The instigator in each case invariably had no recollection of the incident, let alone of inciting it. What's more, eerie accounts have begun to circulate amongst the residents. Some folk claim they've somehow been seen in two places at once. It's okay, Red. I know that you get confused since my characters in 14 isn't the same as my streamer name. Based on all this, I believe the thief's been using the Dreamweave cocoon to transform into innocence and spread discord throughout the city.
Stands to reason we can find him by following the trail of chaos left in his wake, no? And yet, even should we apprehend him in whatever form he has hidden himself within, there's nothing to stop him from feigning ignorance. Besides a secret remedy, of course, the recipe for an elixir which can forcibly remove the cocoon's enchantment has been passed down in my village for emergencies like this. I made sure to prepare a few vials before making the voyage here. I need simply throw the solution at the suspect and the cocoon's weave of mimicry will unfurl on the spot. That covers everything. Now what say we see if there's any trouble afoot? The thief will undoubtedly not be far from it. Let me know when you're ready. We'll catch him together. Ready to set off then? Perfect. I say we begin our search with the markets. I recall a great number of people gathering in the Rakuza district, I believe it was called. How's your weekend been going, guys? Do anything fun? Think that all of this was wrought by mortal hands. Remarkable. My people have ever lived in harmony with nature, but that doesn't mean we condemn the ways of those who choose otherwise. In fact, in the brief time I've been exposed to settlements like this, I've come to see such places have their merits too. Which way are we going now? This way? Yes. We're waiting. We're waiting. Look, you thieving whoreson, I told you this isn't enough. But sir, that cannot be right. I'm sure I gave you your change in full. Enough! Hand over my money or I'll take it by force. The customer is suspicious. My thoughts exactly. Reveal yourself, villain! Q-gain. Well, since it's based on Japan and Japanese language, I go based off of like the Japanese phonetics. So they don't have a Q sound. So for me it's ku ga ne. What in the blazes do you think you're doing? Oh, sorry. Very, very sorry. I wondered if that might happen. Oh, dear. 1,000 apologies, sir. I've gravely miscalculated your change. I will return what you're owed immediately. I beg your forgiveness. Oh, I had a feeling. I had a feeling I should have waited, but... Oops. I apologize for the disturbance. How dreadfully embarrassing. Well, a hunter doesn't quit after a single arrow misses its mark. Best not to dwell on what's done and instead focus on our next course of action. Let's see how things fare on Koganedori. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do this now so I don't forget. This one. That's 690. Oh, I'm gonna take this one off, move this one up, and put this one on. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, I'm down. I forgot. I haven't hit 100 yet. But I'll remember. Alright. I keep worrying I'm gonna forget if I don't do it now. Probably after the next quest or two I should hit 100. I tried to time it so that when I hit the level 98 quest, I should have enough XP to do the level 100 quest. Go Seatsu. Yeah, for me it's Gosetsu. Gosetsu. Can't believe how impossibly vast it is. My jaw dropped when I first saw it. Could hardly fathom where the horizon ended and the sea began. Before arriving in Tuliolo, I'd imagined the sea to be merely a larger, saltier body of water than the lake back home. There we would race from shore to shore. To attempt the same here, I fear would have fatal results. Yeah, there be sharks. There's sharks out there, and all manner of creatures. Oh man, this makes me want to go back to Japan. So beautiful here. I'll cut you down where you stand, you lecherous lummox! Okay. What's going on here? The big bloke yonder allegedly laid his hand on that grizzled fella's woman. Afraid this may come to blows. Calm yourself, man. I've not done what she claims. You dare add insult to injury by calling her a liar? Ignore him. I told you that pig defiled me. Cut him down this instant. There's no truth to her words. Wherefore does she spout such rubbish? Come and give me strength. Cut the bloody brute down already! Yes, not less than your head shall serve as penance for your crimes. Very well, let my blade prove my innocence. It's her, right? Yes. Do it! Get him! Was that really necessary? No matter. I was growing weary of this petty farce. It's time I moved on to bigger and better things. Stop him! Oh, no, you don't! Shoot! Oh no! how odd. My bow's more out of tune than I realized. What idea is that, Red? Sweetheart! Oh, he was posing as his wife. Is it really you? Oh, thank the Kami, you're safe. I found her lying unconscious in a nearby alleyway. She could only vaguely recall being attacked from behind before losing consciousness. So the villain locked her out before assuming her visage in a ploy to deceive her husband. Yeah, I don't think I've seen them yet on your stream, but I know you mentioned it before. Fell for the deception like a complete and utter fool. I do not even know how to begin to make amends. There are no amends to be made. You simply acted as any husband would. Due to your involvement, this matter was resolved without bloodshed. The Sekisei Gumi thank you. It is regrettable, however, that the villain managed to escape. A criminal who can change their shape at will is exceedingly dangerous. Know that the Sekisei Gumi will alert the populace to this menace and remain vigilant for any suspicious activity in the city. Improv theater, huh? I've interacted with 2 theater groups in the past. Unfortunately, one of them isn't active anymore, and the other one has kind of shifted to doing more real-life theater stuff. But theater would be very cool. Let's return to my lodgings. I'd like to go over where we stand with our elusive quarry. But I do believe there are some other places that do theater in 14. They'll do theater or dance shows or other stuff. I know you meant on Final Fantasy. As predicted, the thief has been using the cocoon's power of mimicry to incite conflict around the city. What he hopes to accomplish by doing so, however, is still unclear. And so long as he has this power, our sole means of tracking him remains the havoc left in his wake. A trying trail for... I guess she meant trail. A trying trail for any hunter, but I'm heartened to have a warrior like you beside me as I tread it. We'll catch him together, and when we do, we'll mete out the justice he deserves, Alessandra. Alright, next. Good to see you, Alessandra. For better or worse, I haven't heard about any unusual incidents in Kugane since our last altercation with the thief. There may be a reason for that. You remember when he claimed he was moving on to bigger and better things? If we're to catch him, we may have to expand the scope of our search beyond Kugane. Yet, he traveled all the way from Tyrol to this eastern land for a reason. I can't imagine he'd go too far. Do you know of any other settlements nearby? Yeah, the Ruby Sea. It's okay, Ren. I mean, even if other people do it, if it's something you're interested in doing, you should do it. People live out in those waters? But they're so vast. Where would he even begin? Just come with me, I know who to talk to. Ah, so the Bakufu has an outpost at the Ruby Price. That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let's make our way there and avail ourselves of the soldiers' intel. If anything out of the ordinary has occurred, no doubt they'll be aware of it. Shall we?
Beep, 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 beep. To the ruby price. Well, this is unexpected. What brings you to the ruby price? Disputes? Strange you should ask. Not even a moon ago, the waters of the Ruby Sea were poised to turn a sanguinary shade. Blood red? Please, tell us everything. A Confederate skiff approached the Ruby Price without authorization, and its occupant began hurling insult after insult in an obvious attempt to provoke us. We did not succumb to their provocations, however. After warning the vessel we'd fire if they drew an ilm closer, they withdrew without a word. However, should they attempt to provoke us again, we will not display the same level of restraint, and the roar of our cannon shall signal their comrades to rally in full force. The waters will flow red, of that there can be no doubt. Tensions run high. Not like this has ever occurred. See, thank you for the information. Might we speak privately? Okay. Based on the testimony just now, I gather there's an agreement in these waters that the Confederates are not to draw near the Ruby Price, guarded as it is by Bakfu sentries. If that's the case, then as the soldier stated, I can only conclude that the vessel earlier was attempting to incite a dispute between the two factions. Which fits the modus operandi of a quarry, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it was he who sailed here under the banner of the Confederates? Whatever the case may be, we have nothing but conjecture. We'll need solid evidence before we can alert the soldiers here to this threat. I doubt they'll heed our warnings otherwise. First, we need to verify if any members of the Confederacy actually approached the Ruby Price. Do you know where their base of operations can be found? Yeah. Over that way. See that tower? Sakazuki. Looks like it would be the fastest for us to swim there. Does it have to be swim? Oh. I just realized it transported us already. Well, absolutely not. Not a one of my Confederate brothers and sisters would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. Those cowardly Bakfu dogs must have concocted this baseless rumor to get a rise out of us. Well, you only have half of that equation correct. Any of your comrades sailed to the Ruby Price recently? The soldiers at the Ruby Price said that, did they? Pardon my language, but that's a load of shite. We have no interest in hanging waters. If anything, I've seen their skiffs encroaching on our territory of late. If you ask me, they're the ones thirsty for blood. Oh, so he's been playing both sides with them. Huh. I'm back. There you are, Alessandra. Listen to what this person has to say. The situation is more grave than we thought. Thankful you came, and not a moment too soon. Captain Rasho ain't been acting himself, you see. Normally where he goes, Tansui goes, but not today.
He showed up just earlier by his lonesome and ordered us to gather as many heads as possible to join him on the Isle of Becco to attend to some pressing business. Normally I'd oblige the captain without a moment's hesitation, but I had a feeling something weren't right, so I asked him what matter of business. "We're gonna set the ruby price ablaze," he says. "The bloody ruby price!" Tried speaking some sense into him, but he weren't a mind to listen. Walked off saying he has no need of craven bastards like me. Look, I don't know what's gotten into the captain, but it can't be anything good. Please go to the Isle of Becco and stop him and my comrades before it's too late. This Rasho acting strangely can't be a coincidence. We need to get to that island and quickly. Do you know the way? Yeah. Got it. We've not a moment to waste. Let's go! But if they're wanting to mess with them, why are they over here? That don't mean no damn sense. Maybe they're just staging something. I hear voices. Seems they've gathered up ahead. Those scum think they can encroach on our territory and get away with it. I'll be damned if we let them. Tonight we lay siege to the ruby price and seize it for ourselves. Are you sure? If we do this, we won't just be starting a battle, we'll be starting a war. You've been acting strange, Captain. What's gotten into you? Silence! I didn't ask for your bloody opinion. Those lying dogs claimed it was us breaching the agreement. I say we give the bastards what they deserve. You're not welcome here. Be gone if you value your lives. You're a terrible actor. Rasho knows me. Shook. You saw through my disguise once again. Don't tell me you count even a pirate captain among your acquaintances. Yep. What are you trying to accomplish? Why incite such conflict wherever you go? Why? Sorry to disappoint you, but contrary to the passage of the Unbound's prattling about freeing the world from the tyranny of government, I have no grand designs. I wish merely for everyone to show their true faces. Folk love to put on airs of sophistication and virtue, but push them towards the edge and their masks slip off to reveal the monsters underneath. They'll go for their neighbor's jugular to save their own skin. You've seen it for yourselves. It's quite the spectacle. Don't... No! Not again! I have a feeling this is gonna be a running gag. Damn it, the winds are too strong. It's okay. Welcome back, Red. Man of 1,000 faces is a true menace indeed. We'll return to Onokoro forthwith to alert the captain. Rest assured the Confederacy will be keeping a close watch over the Ruby Sea. Didn't think for a moment he was an imposter. The lies he spouted about the Bakufu soldiers were enough to make my blood boil. To think what would have happened had you not been here to stop us. Tommy, bless you. All he wants is to expose people's so-called true faces. That he would use the cocoon for such a petty cause. Unthinkable. Let's return to Kagane for the time being. Okay. I wonder where he's gonna go from here. The Azim step? I'm just gonna teleport. Maybe it's too soon for that, though. Would it be Namai? Damn it all. Can't believe a bastard like that. Forgive me. I find myself more disgusted with that villain each time we see him. And to think all of this is driven by small-minded spite. From what I could gauge, he didn't fly towards Kugane during his escape. I believe he seeks a new settlement to terrorize. Now that the Confederacy and I are acquainted, I'll see if they can't help me sniff out his roost. No doubt where there's smoke, he'll be there stoking the fire. And I suppose I'll use this period to tend to my bow. Next time my arrow will fly true. Hopefully. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and they just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doma was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw through the pretenders' facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Doman Enclave. The imposter then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly our quarry now nests in Doma. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the Enclave. Do any locations come to mind? Namai? A Taolin Yaksha called Namai, you say? That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Alessandra. Then without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. Hey. It's okay, Red. You do what you gotta do. I just appreciate that you took the time to come here at all today. It means a lot to me. Thank you for being here. Alright. Off to my mind. I wish Stormblood had a better song. It deserved better. Have there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes, actually. Just the other day, the two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She was only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology, so I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of? I wonder who that person is to you. Trouble? None that I can think of. For a blessing, all has been peaceful. I am a bit uncertain on what discord he'd be trying to sow here in particular anyway. The Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There's been news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Heian at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Heian voiced intentions to invade Naksha, all present grew wary of the individual. None more so than Lady Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Unfortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. I wonder what he would do. Would he try to impersonate her? If he saw her? None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How did you fare? Same deal. And it seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone? Huh? What are you doing here? A friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago, remember? You asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce. Are they impersonating me? Good grief, lass, you're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending path leading out north of the village until you see a small pond, and simply dive in and swim. House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Would he have impersonated you this time? This does bode well. We must hurry. Much obliged, sir. I wondered if he was going to impersonate me at some point. That might be the most dangerous thing he could do. Alright. Fly! Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come in handy. You can make it. You bastard. My friends, it's come to my attention that the Han of the Azim Steppes' mighty Ornir tribe conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There's only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, you must assassinate the Han. Only with his death... I just realized what they're saying. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. He doesn't know you're the Han. They grow wary. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Heian. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Ornir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Heian was but recently exposed. An Ornir spy, there can be no question. Yet the spy has fled, their whereabouts unknown. It could be anyone and anywhere, weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Heian was but a part of the Ornir's grand scheme? But why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Alessandra. Something isn't right. Because I'm desperate. A shadow looms over Doma, and only with your help can I cast away its dark pall. Please, lend me your strength. Our honored friend Alessandra risked life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address her with suspicion and doubt. If she says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that she has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Alessandra once more to drive back this shadow rising over Doma. What is the meaning of this? It's that infernal Orlear spy! Quickly, kill her before she can escape!
You sound nothing like me.
Your charade ends here. It's you! Such persistent vermin. Come on! You're not getting away this time! The fish. The problem appears to be your aim. Pathetic. You're nothing like that other girl. What was her name? Ah, yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one, right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. What? What is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself! After all, that would make you no better than me! Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. That's a plot twist. Who are you? I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. I wonder if it's Shepshea. To think he could transform into anyone. Truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Heed to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized that though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me, I will not fall for such a farce again. I think that guy recognized the guy. Might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier. I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he's Salamander, a childhood friend. You know him? Please, you must tell us everything. I've known Salamander nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged our first battle as proud ninja defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty magitech with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty auspice and guardian of Doma, Hamamu Gozen, appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause.
Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer, and we were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samadir was conscripted to their army and forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands through rumor and manipulation. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samadir has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prison exchange that he returned to Doma at long last, but he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery, and I'll prove it here in dear, dear Doma. The fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he'd spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it with me here. Dear illustrious Samadar, You know, I like saying Samadir, but it might be Samadare. But I'll go with Samadir, since that's the first thing I did. Dear illustrious Samadir, we extend our deepest gratitude to you for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals, and we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tuliolol and have enclosed your ticket within. Huh? Exceptional talent. Exceptional egos, more like. This Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samadir who only follow their own desires. Upon his arrival in Tyrol, Samadir's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to this Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samadir attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azim Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening, but so long as he can alter his form and face at will, who could say what tomorrow may bring? His years as a secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please be careful, and may the Kami bless and keep you. Attempting to find Samadir now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky, or any beast roaming the wild. Let us return to Kakane. I'll reveal everything to you there, I promise. I might need a snack in a minute. Wasn't expecting the Dark Knight the tank role quest to take as long as it did. I'm grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you.
As Samadar said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I'm not Itoka. I'm Kuiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter, but only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Yet most shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweave cocoon was stolen. Normally, it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share its bounty with are friendly. When great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet, I used it for my own foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely catch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once, I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride. So I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. And as I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. At the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sin to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me. But I could not forgive myself. I left home that very eve in secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kagane. After several days of fruitlessly scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka? As our most exceptional hunter, it came as no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me and told me we should find the cocoon together. And I was certain we would, until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe, I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samadar said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter. But my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I'm so sorry for lying to you, Alessandra. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me, and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. Thank you for telling me the truth. Of course I'll help. Thank you. I know with you at my side, I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. I'm starting to get the feeling I might have to split this up. Let me get a snack. I'll be right back. Really surprised that it feels a little warm right now. I remember someone saying it was gonna get hot again here. Guess they weren't wrong. Crazy California weather. Alright. And take a bite. Alessandra, I'm so relieved to see you. I thought you might resent me for lying to you. You might refuse to lend me your help again. I'd certainly be hard-pressed to reclaim the cocoon alone in this foreign land. I truly meant what I said before. I'm counting on you. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, when I first arrived here I was nearly swindled out of an heirloom by a talking catfish. I'd been scouring the city for a shop to pawn my chokers so I could secure a room and board, you see. When the catfish approached me claiming he'd buy the necklace for a fair price, offered me a handful of coins that glittered like gold. I was about to accept the offer when Atoka appeared. In a mere moment she discerned that the catfish's currency was counterfeit, and ended the transaction there and there. She dragged me to the markets afterwards and pawned her own necklace to secure lodgings for the both of us. From the moment she arrived, Atoka took care of everything. What I'm trying to say is, I can't do anything on my own. I'm reckless and impulsive, and I'm just really glad to have you by my side. It's been some time, my friends. Pray forgive my sudden visit, but I come bearing urgent tidings. Oh, we spoke of you at the House of the Fierce. What brings you all this way? I was able to make contact with Samadar. I told him I was willing to make amends and join my oldest friend in exposing the lies in people's hearts. He responded most eagerly and bade me meet him in secret. Wait, really? Did he say where? You have to be careful. We don't know if that's him. Aye, Heavensward. I had a mind to lay an ambush for him, but not knowing the extent of the power he wields, I thought it best to seek help. And so I come here to beg your aid, Alessandra. Your strength and valor Your strength and valor are unequaled, and we cannot apprehend Samadar without you. We may never get another chance to We may never get another chance to catch him unawares like this. There's no time to lose. Wait. Forgive me for speaking plain, Hunters, but I fear we would only be a hindrance to Alessandra when the fighting begins. Let us go to Heavensward by skiff and meet her after the villain is subdued. Oh, I take your point. You're right. Without us there to distract her, Alessandra can focus wholeheartedly on the battle. Sorry, would you mind going it alone? We'll be there as soon as we can. I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure I like that. Hopefully it's okay. We'll just take the A3 outside and fly over. La 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 la. See no sign of Samadar. Perhaps his lair is further ahead. Or perhaps I was being bamboozled.
You still see no sign of Samadar, but feel an unsettling presence. You. I really like Reaper. I wasn't expecting to, but I like that it has a very good AoE system. And when they when they required having a melee DPS for the role quests instead of just combining all of the physical DPS, I decided I was gonna level Reaper to do it. So that's why I have it. I don't think they're coming. Hey, you alright? Am I being bamboozled? I came as soon as... Oh, is the battle over already? Where's Samadar? I was attacked, but not by Samadar. What? So this was a trap? Wait, over there! Psych. Called it. You okay? Thank goodness. I made it. After all that time I spent in that old Kojin shell convincing his underlings to attack you, my blade was mere ilms from the skin of your back, alas. A meticulous plan gone to waste. It seems I underestimated your strength and the failed huntress's tenacity. I dare say I'm outmatched, and no common beast I might mimic can stand against you. I must contemplate your deaths with more care, more rigor. Look forward to our next meeting. He's gonna look for something big to copy. Forgive me. Needed to catch my breath. Samadar's friend was a villain himself. As soon as the skiff made it to the open sea, he threw me overboard. I damn near had to swim like a fish to make it here in time. He made me into a fool. Again. He waylaid me before using a similar ruse. By the time I figured out what was what, Itoka was already... I always wondered how a craven like Samadar was able to kill her, our greatest hunter. And now I know. He probably just as you. When Itoka felt the blade in her back and turned to see the face of her killer, she saw me. I'm glad I was able to prevent history from repeating itself. I don't want to lose you too. We should return to Kagane. Samadar may have planted more than one trap for us here. knew it was a trap the whole damn time. The whole damn time. Num 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 num. I feared the worst as I rushed to reach you. The moment Samadar was inside, I charged without thinking, which in retrospect was probably for the best. Had I tried to shoot him from afar with my bow, I might have missed, or worse, hit you instead. In any case, I'm just relieved you're safe. I promise to be more wary from now on, particularly of familiar faces. I hardly need saying, but remember to keep your guard up as well. For now, I'll resume my efforts to gather information about Samadar's whereabouts. You'll be the first to know once I have a lead. Level up! 2 more on these. I think what I'm probably going to have to do with the rate at which this is going is I'll do the ranged physical, and then I'll stop, and then next weekend I'll stream the caster and the healer ones. So like this stream will be Disciple 4, next stream will be Disciple Magic. Because at this rate I'm probably going to be streaming till 3 o'clock just to do those 3. Oh, good to see you, Alessandra. Or should I say Samadar? It's only one way to be sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. When I used the cocoon to take on Itoka's form, what creature did I hunt? You never told me. It's really you. That's a relief indeed. I never told you that my arrow struck a great wild boar. A prize for any hunter. Samadar's the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I could think of no better way to expose him if he'd attempted to impersonate you again. Have to remain vigilant after all, even though no news of his plots has reached me as of late. From here to Yangsha, people are on alert for a many-faced agitator within their midst, and not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. While Samadar can no longer act so brazenly, I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. We also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water. I'm afraid it's no longer effective. Oh no. No doubt his plan from the start was to eliminate the one means we had of undoing the cocoon's mimicry. We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore. Which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was just about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrived. Why don't you join me? Okay. Well, nothing I haven't had to do before. So let's get out there and get some plants. Oh, are you shopping for it? Here I am thinking we're gonna go like gather stuff. It's like, oh, we're going to the market. But we might still have to go outside. Alright. I've never heard of such materials. Where are they found? Deep in the forests of Tyrol, a land beyond the Great Sea and far, far to the west of here. Tyrol? I am afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. I feared as much. Doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right.
Even were I to return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. No choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry. Now we're at the mercy of Samadir's cunning. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Sir, this isn't the apothecary. Where are your spectacles? Oh yes, how could I forget? Oh, much better. I sometimes forget I'm as blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirokashi. Excuse me, but do those bits of glass covering your eyes help you see better? Yes, are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Obuki is your man. He has a breadth of artisan contracts who will ensure you receive a pair fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find his shop on this very street. I'll look for him, thank you. Are you short-sighted? Is that why you were having trouble aiming? I'm sorry, you must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle, but I've just come to realize there's hope yet. But let's not crowd the stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Okay. You know, come to think of it, I'm not sure if anyone in Terral wears glasses. Ever since I was a child, I've had trouble seeing things from afar. That's why my aim with the bow is so poor. Oh. I'm not fit to be a hunter. Never was. It's only natural that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. But I always yearned to do more. To be more. I've looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. Just had to be like her. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew, from the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters use. Yet despite all her efforts, my sight failed me where it counted most. All my life I thought this was simply how nature intended for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know spectacles may improve my eyesight, I feel hope. If I could just try them, mayhap my arrows would fire true. I could join you in battle, and maybe even strike down Samadir with one of my arrows. We may have lost the remedy, but this would give us an element of surprise. So I have to try on spectacles for myself. Okay. Alright, let's go meet this Yamabuki. I wonder what procuring a pair of spectacles entails. A pair of spectacles, is it? I could certainly get your order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there'll be a wait. I'm fresh out of supplies, you see, and the next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourselves. All you need is the glossy shell of an Azure Huxbill and a cluster of Ireland quartz. Bring them here and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what schemes Samadir might contrive should we let down our chase for weeks. Would you be willing to lend me a hand with procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Sure. Quite the eager pair, I see. In that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Kojin for a carapace of splendid quality. Oh, I visited Tamabizu during my investigations in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. Okay. That leaves you with the unlinked quartz. Pray look for a cavern near Shoal Rock in the Ruby Sea. Sprinkle some glittering gravel to lure Shoal Iwamushi from its lair within, and retrieve a cluster from its shell. Let's meet back here when we're finished. Okay. All right. I'll just do this. I have no memory of this place. It has been a very long time since I've had to come in here. Come out, wherever you are! I'm just gonna greet it. Go ahead and hit me. There we go. Back to town. Beep, beep, beep. Let's get this girl some glasses. I'm debating whether to have my character wear glasses. I do wear glasses in real life, but I feel like she looks better without them. And, you know, I wear contacts when I'm dressing up for something special, so who knows? Ah, you're the first to return. I trust you have the quartz in hand? I sure do, Cubby. Here you go. Beep, 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 beep. Excellent. This will make for a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend. Hopefully she's okay. I'm back. You didn't swim, did you? Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you like that. I spoke with the Kojin of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with the Red Kojin who invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took a leaf out of Alessandra's book and fought them up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating, but so did they. I may be a little worse for wear, but the trouble was worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it your associates can get started. See, I feel like I should have gone and done that part. Indeed they can. Let us first measure your eyesight, and then they can get to work. This is incredible. Everything is so vivid. I'm sure I could hit a bird over the horizon. Come, Alessandra, I want to fire some test shots at the sign over there. Hold on, that seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Sekisei Gumi. I'll prepare some targets for you, so let's move somewhere less crowded. Of course, thank you for going to the trouble. Right. Yeah, there you go. Well done. Yay! Good job! I did it! I really did it! After all these years, my aim is true! When we find Samadar, he won't know what hit him! Oh, thank you for bringing me back over here. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. As soon as I catch even a whiff of Samadar's trail, we stop him for good. When that moment arrives, please lend me your strength for one last time. Together we'll retrieve the cocoon and return it to my village. Let's go get him! Your timing could not have been more impeccable, Alessandra. A person claiming to be an acquaintance of yours stopped by just moments ago, wishing to have a word about Samadar no less. They're presently waiting in my room, so just give me a moment and I'll bring them here. Okay. I wonder who it is. You look well, Alessandra. Forgive me for eschewing pleasantries, but there is an urgent matter I wish to discuss. What's up, Serena? Oh. When we first met in Reunion, what did you buy at the market? Kinsai, as I recall. I had insufficient funds to purchase it myself, so you helped me gather Whisperroot to trade for it instead. Good. It would seem you too have grown wary of impostors, and we could proceed straight into the heart of the matter. You appeared in Molilo a few days ago, claiming Hien had been driven to madness, that he was assembling an army in Doma with plans to conquer the Yazim steppe. bastard. Oh, blessing, we'd already received word from a Dawnland envoy that an agitator was mimicking others, and saw the ruse for what it was. Unfortunately, when we attempted to capture them, the imposter transformed into a sheep and disappeared among the bands grazing on the plains. When I informed our friends in Doma of the incident, I was told you've been using Kugane as a base to track down the perpetrator, and thought it best I apprise you of this happening. Samader, he won't relent. His schemes won't end until we make them end. You may discover a clue as to his whereabouts in Reunion. If anyone in the steppe has seen him, that is where they will be. Now I must alert the other tribes to this threat. May the winds speed your way. Thank you. Off to the Azim steppe then. With any luck, someone in Reunion will have insight to offer. Let's go. Let's kick him in the teeth. Conflict is forbidden in Reunion. This is known. As for my tribe, all is at peace. I heard a rumor of interest, however. It seems Magni of the Ornir has been behaving strangely of late. Perhaps that is related to the matter you're investigating? Could be. I did wonder if he would copy Magni. But would he have seen Magni? Someone's stirring up trouble. A quarrel among the tribes is as common as the rising sun. Not a day goes by without it. Now, if you excuse me, I have goods to sell. Kindly continue your inquiries elsewhere. How very brusque. Conflict? Not besides the normal quarrels between tribes. Certainly no disputes on the scale you speak of. But I have heard rumors that Magni has been sneaking out from the Dawn Throne. Where could he be going and to do what, I wonder? See, that's what I mean. I feel like he rarely leaves unless he has to. Were you able to learn anything of interest? It sounds like Magni might be copied. I've also heard the rumors pertaining to this Magni. One person even stated they saw him headed towards a place called Bottom's Meadow not long ago. The dungeon? Mayhap his is the form Samader has chosen to take on. Whatever the case may be, we'll find the answer at Bottom's Meadow. We can't allow Samader's depravities to go on any longer. Steel yourself, for when we next face him, we're putting an end to all of this. Alright. Good, you're ready. Once the battle begins, there's no telling which form Samader might take. An eminent warrior, a fearsome beast, or worse. He's also shown more scrupulous behavior in his preparations of late. Whatever his form, we would do best to assume that he has thoroughly studied its strengths, and will use them to full effect. Yet I am not the feeble hunter I was before. Together with your martial might and my exacting eye, we will defeat him. At long last, Itoka shall have her vengeance, and my village shall see the cocoon returned. Alright. Now let's kick his teeth in. She would never, ever stare like that. Ever. And she would not blush. My beautiful bright sun, I would bask in the warmth till my flesh returns to the earth. Has the feral dog gone rabid? You speak these honey words to lure me into your cot, only to slit my throat as I sleep. Hush, fool! I'm your Nama. Though we've had our disagreements in the past, I've come to understand my actions were born of love. Yet only now that I am forced to wed do I realize this. Despite my shame, I wish to confess my feelings before it's too late. Wed? A Dothali beast like you? To whom? To what? Ian of Doma. By becoming kin, he seeks to leverage the influence of the Dothal to claim dominion over the steppe. The Doman knows no shame. Very well, I will consider your proposal. Far-fetched though it may be, I cannot overlook the possibility that you are my Nama. But first we must gather our warriors. The Doman's impudence cannot go unpunished. We march for Doma come morrow's dawn. Magmai. And that's not Sadu. You! What are you doing here? Is it not obvious? They are spies of Doma, come to quash any thought of resistance. You must kill them, quickly! But she is the Han. Poor Mary. You two are quite the persistent pair. I'd hoped to strike at your backs from the shadows, but now you've forced my hand. I will select from my repertoire the greatest warriors I have witnessed, and use their strength to give you the death you so crave. Silver-tongued Samadare. Beginning with her. Oh, that's a low blow. How dare you! When my arrow pierces your breast, Itoko will finally know peace! All right, let's go.
Ooh, this is about to hurt bad. Thank you! Sadu? Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out! What's going on now? What the hell? Come on! We got him under half now. Get off of her! He stunned me. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. What do we do? Oh, okay. I already blew my cooldowns. Oh shit. Up this too. I wonder if she can heal. I can't tell if she's been healing me or not. Come on, let's finish him! There we go. We got him!
Quick! Stop him! No! She got him! Dude, if you're still alive, you're lucky. You got him. Itoka, it's finally done. What am I doing here? I feel as though I've just woken from the strangest dream. Well, you see... This cowardly girl assaulted you from behind and knocked you unconscious. Go ahead, punch him. Punch him, Magnite, punch him. You have shown the sun disgrace this day. You will feel his scorn impressed upon your flesh. You shall forget the warmth of his radiance. In the shadows will you scream, yet none will hear. Prepare yourself. Death would have been too good a fate for him. He deserves to spend the rest of his days feeling the weight of his crimes. Now we've honored Itoka's memory and reclaimed the cocoon. Your words can't express my gratitude, Alessandra. I can finally go home. But my community awaits our foremost hunter's triumphant return. What expression will come over their faces when the village disgrace arrives instead? I don't know if I can bear to see. Well, I mean, they'll be sad about it, but they'll be glad that you were able to help. Our journey to reclaim the Dreamweave cocoon has come to an end at long last. Would that I could return home in high spirits. As I recall, you said Shashepia is the one who requested your help, yes? Let us make the journey back to Tuliolala and report to her all that has happened. To Tuliolala! God, it's so expensive from here. We'll use this one. You're back. Were you able to retrieve the Dreamweave cocoon? Itoka isn't with you. Hello. Yuki, thank goodness you're alive. May her soul rest in the cocoon's embrace. Can't believe Itoka's gone. Yes, our village's greatest hunter is lost to us, while its greatest failure survives. Here, take the cocoon back where it belongs. Home. I have no right to return. Don't be ridiculous. You are a child of the forest. You are our dear sister. You can always, always come back home. The entire village has been worried sick about you. We all saw how crestfallen you were, so when you suddenly disappeared, we feared you took your life. For 3 days and 3 nights we scoured land and water to find you. Yet look at you now, Kyuki. Not only are you hale and whole, but you've reclaimed the cocoon too. I'm sure that Itoka's spirit hunting in the forest above is smiling down on you with pride. And she would much rather you take up her mantle and protect the village than wallow in guilt over her death. Nothing escapes your gaze now, after all. Isn't that right? Thank you, Shashapya. It's settled. You will return home with me, and finally our village can breathe a sigh of relief. And it would be remiss of me not to thank you properly, Alessandra. For assisting Kyuki in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I was little more than a liar and a hypocrite when we first met. But during our time together, I discovered that I'm so much more than that. That with the right tools, even I could become a hunter worthy of following in Itoka's footsteps. I'm truly grateful to you for helping me to see that. Farewell for now, Alessandra. I hope that one day our paths may cross again. Bye, ladies. Bye. Woo! Alright, I'm gonna try and tough it out and do one more. Ranged physical, which apparently involves this guy right here, Rahulja. Rahulja's eyes are full of expectation, or is it dust? Greetings. So have you decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They will be glad to know my long and arduous journey from our homeland in the distant south of Yogg-Taral was not in vain. As for the treasure we would have you recover, it contains the undying essence of an armadillo Taral Vidral. These steel hogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hides to protect themselves from predators. The legends speak of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and came to be known as the Lord of the Forest. At the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidral's soul within the steel hog vessel. For generations since, the divine blessings it bestows have been a great boon to my people.
Those under its protection need not fear wild beasts, for fang and claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt in the forest without risking our lives. This treasure, so crucial to our people, was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, or rather a man posing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands and served alcohol freely, toasting often to new friendships. My people became caught up in celebration, and in the morning the merchant was gone, along with the Steelhawk vessel. Without it, we cannot bestow its blessing afresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one we are losing our protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As I and my granddaughter Sitolja still possess the treasure's blessing, we have been tasked with locating the Steelhawk vessel and returning it to the village. The trail led us here to Tuliolal, where we believe the perpetrator boarded the ship and made good his escape. The journey here has already pushed this decrepit body of mine beyond its natural limits, and a lengthy voyage by sea would likely be my end. Although I urged Sitoja not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hail from across the ocean, your knowledge of those lands will prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the Steelhawk vessel to his own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe, and Sitoja is no warrior.
You'll have your treasure in 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail.
I am truly grateful. My granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. You see, as the thief took all of his wares with him, the only clue left behind was an empty bottle of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, it seems it was produced in Alamigo, and with no other lead, Sitoja set forth. Once you arrive, she should not be difficult to find. These days, only a handful of Mamuja attempt the journey, most of them brutish mercenaries. Sitoja is a far daintier creature and is sure to have made a favorable impression on the locals. May the Steelhawk watch over you.
I didn't know Alamigo had a port. Did Alamigo have a port? Pierogers. Alright. At least we can ride our mountain here. Yes, I met the Mamuja girl you're after. She was looking for a tall, thin man. Some sort of thief, apparently. Sounded a bit like the leader of a gang of bandits that lurks around Virjala, so I told her as much. Chances are that's where she's headed. I hope she stays out of trouble. I wonder what she's planning to do if she can't fight on her own, though. A Mamuja, you say? As it happens, she came over while I was cleaning the cannons. She showed me an empty arak bottle and said she was looking for the bloke it belonged to. Thing is, that brand's found all over Alamigo, so I wasn't able to help narrow down her search. You could ask about more discerning features too, like what color was his skin, what color was his hair, what color was his eyes, what race.
Yes, I saw Malmunja on my patrols, but he carried an enormous axe,
not at all like the person you describe.
Max? I will just teleport.
She get a buggied? Okay. Ouch. Here, let me apply some of this ointment. It's a common remedy where I come from. Oh, are you here to lend a hand? This poor soul was attacked by highwaymen, and I could use some help tending to his wounds. Don't worry about me. It's my escort who's in trouble. He's in pursuit of the thieves, and I fear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Please, will you aid him? Sure.
What?
You thieving bastards! What? But how? Don't use up your energy, bro. What?
Nothing like a bit of divine intervention to tip the scales in my favor. With this artifact in my hands, I am invincible. Another one, huh? Not that it matters. Kakulja, it's time you earned your coin.
I appreciate the assistance, but he wasn't joking about divine intervention. Some strange force pushed me away. I can't even get near them. The Steelhawk vessel! Return it at once! And the stolen goods!
You followed me all the way here from your backwater village. Alas, your journey has been for naught. The vessel is mine. I, Shelterfeet, will make better use of the artifact than you or your ilk ever could. By the might bestowed upon me, I will become savior to the oppressed and destitute. In light of my grand ambitions, the vessel's power would be wasted on the likes of you. If you cannot hunt without it, might I suggest a change of diet? I hear the acorns are delicious at this time of year.
Damn it all! I was so close! But now is not the time for regrets. These two are in need of a healer. I'll see them safely to Ragar's Reach. Would you mind meeting us there? Once their injuries have been treated, we'd better tell the resistance soldiers what happened. Okay. Losing all that stock is a bitter pill to swallow, but we're lucky they didn't take our lives as well. Thought I could handle whatever ruffians the desert might throw at us. Some most escort I turned out to be. Well, I'm glad we made it to safety without any more trouble. Those bandits wouldn't dare step foot in this place. Ah, how rude of me. I never asked your name, or how you chanced to cross us for that matter. Alessandra. You came all the way from Tuliolol at my grandfather's behest. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Of course. As for the highwaymen, they possessed the Steelhawk vessel, a treasure from my village. Not only does it grant protection from harm, it also produces a potent blast when the barrier is dispelled. As long as our enemies have the vessel, attacks at close quarters will be extremely risky. Although, as we see in my village, cracks form even in the mightiest of shields. Knowing this, we are careful not to rely too heavily on its power. But now that the Steelhawk vessel has been stolen, this selfsame power is being turned against innocent people such as yourselves. I only hope you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. There's nothing to forgive. If anything, we should thank you for coming to our aid. That Schultefeet and his lackeys have a lot to answer for. Indeed. We'll give the resistance our testimonies, and with any luck, the information will go some way to clapping those bandits in irons. I'll go with you. The soldiers here need to be warned about the vessel. Oh no, leave that to us. We'll relay what you've told us, word for word. After all, you'll need to move quickly to have any chance of getting your artifact back. When you catch those robbers, give them one for me. Later. How about you, Alessandra? I hope I can count on you to be there for whatever else comes next. Sure. Haha, I knew it. I sense you're eager to get started, but I need time to plan our next move. Bandits aren't known for being found easily. I was surprised to see a fellow Mamulja among them. I can't imagine why that Kalkluja would work for Schultefeet of all people. You know him? He seemed to recognize you. Alright. Next one, let's go. Alessandra, I heard something that might help us. One of the soldiers has been contending with the same bandits who stole the vessel. I'll go and find him. Give me a moment, would you? Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh. When she told me she'd been sent and assisted, I never would have guessed it'd be the savior of Alamigo herself. You're something of a local celebrity, I take it? Yeah, I helped free them. I'd love to hear more about that, but for now, let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Yes, quite. The bandits you've been chasing are behind a spate of recent incidents in Alamigo. What's more, it appears that Schuldfeet is part of a larger network known as the Passage of the Unbound, which is spreading its mayhem far and wide. In particular, they've been carrying out raids on trade caravans heading here from Gdanaya. We've increased patrols along that route, but the bastards strike so quickly that they've usually made good their escape by the time aid arrives. On the rare occasions we've caught them in the act, they use some kind of device or magic object to deflect our arrows and send us sprawling. That's the Steel Oak vessel. It was stolen from my village, you see. I'm sorry for all the trouble it's caused. The one who took it, Shelterfeet, said something about using its power to help the oppressed and destitute. What do you think he meant by that? That sounds familiar. The reports say the thieves were shouting something along those lines during the other raids. They claim the merchants are overworking and underpaying their laborers and therefore deserve to be targeted. I don't see how stealing a bunch of goods helps the workers, and there's not a shred of evidence that anyone is being exploited. If you ask me, they're just in it for the money. In any case, their reasons won't matter a jot once they're behind bars. But for that, we'll have to catch them first. The most recent incident occurred near Porta Praetoria, one of the waypoints on the road to the palace. If you want to know more, you'd best hear it straight from the commander there. Anyway, I'll send word to let her know you're coming. Assuming you are, that is. Yes, of course. Much appreciated. This sounds like a promising lead. The soldiers here were good enough to expand the lie of the land around here, so I shouldn't have any trouble making the journey myself. I'll see you there. Okay. Good, you're both here. My colleague at the Reach has told me everything. I can confirm that we've had several sightings of Schuldfeet and his gang in recent days. They've even taken to ambushing our patrols. Whereas most brigands would flee from armored soldiers, this lot seems to take pleasure in goading us into attacking. The treasure they carry makes them invulnerable. It can also emit a devastating blast, but that's only effective at short range. Shelterfeet wants to draw your soldiers into close quarters, because there they stand no chance. Well, that explains their uncommon boldness. Thank you. This information will go far in helping us contend with the bandits. Sorry to interrupt. Who might you be? Oh, simple peddlers, my good lady. I myself am of Gridanian stock, and after learning my craft in the markets of Ulda, I now deliver all manner of finery to eager patrons throughout Eosia. But enough about that. I hope you'll forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing you mention a gang of highwaymen. We've heard similar tales from other traders passing through, and it seems some stretches of road are more dangerous than others. In fact, the bandits are most often keen at a specific location not far from here. If you like, we can take you there ourselves. This sounds suspicious. Please, by all means. Wait, Alessandra can take care of herself, but I can't allow any more civilians than necessary into an area believed to be teeming with bandits. It seems I've no choice but to ask you to go without me. Sorry, but if those highwaymen did turn up, I wouldn't be much good enough hide. While you head out to investigate, I'll see if there's any more information to be had here. Okay. And it's settled. I shall leave our newfound friend in your capable hands. What? If you say so. I suppose we should be on our way then? If we do run into those highwaymen, you'll protect us, right? Yes. Even though I get the feeling you're not who you say you are. One's headed your way now. You know what to do. What? Unacceptable. You do this without my help, or I'll find someone who can. Show some backbone for once. As luck would have it, my fellows and I have yet to be assailed by any bandits around here. Perhaps if other caravans invested in some proper escorts, they wouldn't be such easy targets. I'll see if they can tell me anything more about Shultefeet and his gang. Be careful out there, won't you? Should you encounter the highwaymen, I trust you will exercise some degree of restraint. We can't interrogate the suspects if we've reduced them to a bloody pulp now, can we? Just put them on their asses and leave the rest to us. This is a trap. Hey, Cole. I'm sorry, Cole. I underestimated how long this would be. Ah! Did you hear that? Those balls, it must be my imagination. Let's not dally here too long, eh? We're almost there. It's just on the other side of this gully. Actually, if it's all the same to you, we'll wait here while you go on ahead. This is already more than close enough for my liking. Yeah. Hey, cool. You trying to lie down? What? You're back? Welcome back. Yes, that's it. Beat them? All of them? Oh, very fortunate. Well then, I'd best contact the boss. I'm sure he'll want to know all about this. No doubt he's still talking to your friend and the commander. They'll be glad to hear you've come to no harm. You'll never guess what, boss. She trounced a lot of them. Ah, yes. Understood. I'm not quite sure why, but he said they'll be here in a jiffy. Okay. You comfy, Cole? Comfy? Is it true? You beat them all single-handedly? There was just 3 of them. They didn't have the thingy. Oh, it's be good. I'm glad I'm on your side. Anyway, I'll take it from here. My. Very impressive. And how jolly convenient for those villains to appear exactly where we thought they would too. But above all, I'm glad no one was hurt. Oh, no one important, that is. I'm relieved to see that everyone's safe. It must have taken a lot of courage to bring Alessandra here, knowing that danger could be lurking around every corner. Are you sure you're all right? If you're putting on a brave face for our benefit, there's no need, I assure you. No, we're fine. Couldn't be better. Well, then I'd say that's enough excitement for one day. We'd best continue on our way to the Alamegan Quarter. Wares to sell, deals to broker, that sort of thing. I dare say it'll be some time before any ne'er-do-wells have the gall to descend upon this neck of the, desert. And as for you, my friends, I'd advise you not to stray too far from the beaten path, if you know what's good for you. Ta-da! There's nothing left for us to do here, so let's head back to Porta Praetoria. Okay. I know that was a trap. I know that was a trap. Well, that was very strange. One moment they're helping us apprehend the criminals, and the next they're racing off to peddle their wares elsewhere. Richards certainly are a busy lot, aren't they? Not that I'm complaining, of course. With those suspects in custody, I'm sure the Resistance will be able to wring some valuable information from them. I expect all that wringing will take a while, though. It looks like we've been given an opportunity for a little rest. You've certainly earned it. And there's the dancer in 100. Whee! At the guess, I'd say the Resistance has been interrogating the captured highwaymen for long enough to get some answers from them. With any luck, we may even learn more about where we can find Short Defeat. I'm sure the commander is as eager as we are to put a stop to his misdeeds. Let's go and see if she's unearthed any useful information. Oh, I was just about to send someone for you. Glad you could save me the bother. I have a favor to ask of you both. I'm going to let the criminal walk free, and I want you to follow him. You see, our questioning has revealed that the bandits are indeed working for Shaltfeet. If we cut one of them loose, he might lead us straight to their den. But if the mission fails and you're discovered, you may find yourselves confronted with an untold number of outlaws. Of course, I considered sending my own men, but I suspect that by now the bandits know our faces. After Alessandra's little display in the gully, I'm sure she alone can handle whatever trouble may come her way. I'll go with her. If this really does lead us to Shot Defeat, I need to be there when we find them. Very well, but if it comes to a fight, you stay behind Alessandra, understood? I'll have the suspect brought over now, but remember what I said and stay out of sight until he leaves. Don't look at me like that. I said I'm sorry, didn't I? Aye, that you did several times. And as much as it galls me, there's no evidence to contradict your claim that you were acting in self-defense, nor is there tangible proof of any other wrongdoing. We've no choice but to let you go. You have somewhere to go, I presume? Well, I suppose I can find work and loading caravans in Alagiri. Seems as good a place as any for making a quick turning over a new leaf. In that case, I'll have you escorted there. But you'd best keep your nose clean, or we'll come down on you like a tons of bricks. Turn over a new leaf, my arse. He'll be back among his thieving mates before long, and you'll be right there behind him. For now, all we need to know is the location of their den. Do not attempt to approach the suspects. I'll send word ahead to Alagiri. Once you have the information we need, report to the troops stationed there. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Let's go! Right. Oh, okay. There he is. So much for finding work in Alagiri. Oh, sorry, I thought he was talking. So much for finding work in Alagiri. He's only just arrived and he's already leaving town. Now comes the tricky part. Keeping our eyes on him and his eyes off us. Stick close, but not too close. I'm used to it. Wonder if he's gonna turn back around. Oh, how wrong you are, my friend. He's just now thinking about that. How they didn't let the others go. Oh, okay. I didn't realize we were stopping here. Those are the merchants we met at Porta Praetoria. You don't say. So they just let you go out of the kindness of their hearts, is it? Not only that, but you came crawling straight back here, leading whoever they sent to track you right to our doorstep. I swear it, no one followed me. The soldiers took me as far as Alagiri and then went back the way they came. Made sure there were specks in the distance before I even set foot outside of the town. I suppose I have no choice but to take you at your word. Not that it's worth much. Well, now that the charade is at an end, let us change it to something a little less drab. Shaltefeet, why did you make us fight that woman without the blessing? She could have killed a lot of us without breaking a sweat. A mere oversight, that is all. Though it pains me to admit it, even with the invulnerability granted by the artifact, the likes of us are ever at the mercy of the truly powerful. I never expected that Mamuja wretch to hire a warrior of such caliber to retrieve the vessel. A pox on those interfering nincompoops. Don't call me a nincompoop. But the Mamuja girl didn't seem a bad sort. Naive, maybe, but it's plain that her heart's in the right place. You truly are pathetic. Not only did you fail miserably, but now you're sympathizing with the enemy. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't rid myself of you permanently. No, please, we owe everything to you, Shaltefeet. Without you, we are nothing. We were all in on this from the beginning. We Shaltefeet pulling the strings. If this is how he treats his friends, imagine what he'd do to his enemies. You couldn't stay away, could you? What? imbecile! You led them straight to us! Kakulja, eliminate these vermin! Let me handle this, Alessandra. You're from Tyrol, working here as a mercenary, yes? The ones who hired you stole the steel-hogged vessel from my village. We need its blessing to stand a chance against the beasts from the forest. I can't return home without the vessel. Either you return home empty-handed, or you won't be returning at all. I'd rather not harm a fellow Tyrali, so get out of here before I change my mind. I've bought enough time by listening to you blathering. Don't let me catch you sniffing around our tails. Shotefit and his underlings are out of sight. I thought I could make that Kakulja see sense, but he was clearly in no mood to listen. I'd say our best option is to report to the resistance members in Alagiri and share what we've learned. I went ahead and gave my account, although I'd expect he'd like to hear yours as well. Regardless of how things turned out, we appreciate your cooperation in the investigation. The information you've provided has certainly given us a lot to consider. From what I hear, you almost came to blows with the Mamuja sellsword, or sellaxe, I suppose. I'm glad that it didn't come to violence, especially given the power these bandits have at their disposal. Even so, we thank you for braving such a dangerous mission. No thanks are needed. We're just as much a part of this investigation as the Resistance. And I'm sure we can agree we'll need to work together to take down Shotefit and his gang. Their performance at Porta Praetoria showed just how cunning they are. It seems so, yes. I'm told their little act was most convincing. I'll be sure to warn my comrades against any similar shenanigans. As for the two of you, be careful out there. All things considered, I'd say that went fairly well. Shotefit used the same trick as the time he came to my village, namely posing as a simple trader when he's in fact a dastardly thief. Still, not even the most skilled actor could fake the fear in his men's eyes. It appears that Shotefit has complete control over them and they are powerless to resist. The only one who doesn't seem afraid of him is Kakulja. He even let us go when he had no obligation to do so. I think that if we had the chance to talk, we might find some common ground. Yeah, I get that feeling too. I knew you would. I've never been much of a fighter, but I make up for it in other ways. I'm a fairly good judge of character for one. For most of my life, I lived in a remote village deep in the forest. I had hardly any contact with the outside world, so the thought of talking to strangers was quite daunting at first. But over the course of my journey, I traveled through all kinds of places. If there's one thing I've learned, it's this. Wherever you go, people are people. In the end, our cultures and the places where we grew up don't make that big a difference. None of us are perfect, and we each have our faults. And even if it's harder to find in some than others, I believe there is good in all of us. That's why I hope we have another chance to speak with the thieves and Kakulja. I'm certainly not strong enough to beat any sense into them, so I'll try talking some sense into them instead. Having said, well, all of that, I can't feel even a shred of goodness in that shot of heat. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough, or perhaps violence is the only language he understands. Things might get a little rough before he's willing to listen. Anyway, we can save him for last. I'll try thinking of a way to reach out to the other members of the gang. Give me a little time, would you?
Alright.
Alright, I have something resembling a plan. First, we'll need to track down the members of Shot Defeat's gang. Then we'll try convincing them to leave. Considering how terrified most of them were, I'm sure they're eager to free themselves of Shot Defeat and his outburst. With fewer followers, he'll pose less of a threat to the people of Alamigo, and will stand a better chance of taking back the Steelhawk vessel. Of course, we now know Kakulja and some of the others by sight, so it shouldn't take too long to track them down. Time for another exciting round of Quiz the Locals, then? Rest assured, I'm already a step ahead of you. Besides, if your role is to fend off bandits and the like, mine should be to gather information and whatnot. Does that sound fair to you? Yes. As it happens, our resistance friends stationed here had some interesting news to share. Apparently, the two men posing as merchants that we met before were spotted nearby engaging in trade and conversing with caravan owners, all to nefarious ends, no doubt. They were last seen in a place called Alagana, so we should head over there right away. One has a beard and the other has blue eyes. I'm assuming they haven't changed their disguises, so they should be fairly easy to find. Okay.
Oh, is that both of them? Yeah.
Good work, Alessandra.
What? Good morning. What can I do for you?
You can start by dropping the affable merchant act. It's nothing but a front for your real line of work.
Save me, Shot Defeat!
Is that what you really want? You seemed so scared of him before. Look, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to retrieve the vessel. If you explain what's going on, we might even be able to help you. Why don't you start by telling us your names? Our names? Come to think of it, not once did Sholtefeet ask us that. It was always you there, or some undeserved insult instead. I'm Avenel, and this here is Pepin, both born and bred in Old DoW. We were struggling to make ends meet until Sholtefeet, claiming to be a merchant, took us under his wing. Right, he said he was just like us, exploited and sick of bending over backwards for the rich and powerful. Then he showed us the artifact and told us it had the power to change the world for the better. With its blessing, you could shrug off the charge of an aurochs like it was a soft breeze, making you practically invincible. You can imagine how impressed we were, and we did exactly as he instructed. At first, he told us to pretend to be merchants so we could scout out vulnerable caravans. Next thing we knew, we were joining him on raids. We never wanted to hurt anyone, but we owed Sholtefeet for giving us the power to strive for a better life. And when we saw what happened to anyone who spoke up against him, it still makes my blood run cold to think of it. Sholtefeet mentioned before that he's also from Old DoW. Assuming he was telling the truth, that is. It seems to me his gang is mostly formed of people from a similar background. But what about Kagulja? He's a mercenary, correct? Yes, hired by Sholtefeet. He's so skilled that I doubt he even needs the blessing. Normally he keeps to himself. He once told me about his homeland in Ocean Way. Perhaps it is not unlike my own. Amelil, Pepin, even if you still view us as enemies, we appreciate you telling us the truth. No, we're the ones who should thank you. You've shown us more kindness than Sholtefeet ever has. There is one thing, though. Although you know about the crimes we've been party to, would you give us some time to straighten things out? Once this is all over, we'll turn ourselves in, I promise. Of course, we're not the only ones looking to cut ties with Sholtefeet. We'll try to persuade the others to leave the gang. Not only that, but with us acting as your men on the inside, we can help you take back your treasure. What do you say? This plan might just work. Eldasil, we'll tell the resistance soldiers to hold off for now and give you the chance to put things right. You won't regret it. We'll return to the den and talk to the others. Until next we meet, be careful. She's skilled in talking no jutsu. To be honest, that went a lot better than I expected. And although it was fairly obvious from the outset, they confirmed my suspicions about Kagulja traveling here to find work as a mercenary. Do you remember his reaction when we first encountered him? I have a feeling he and I are both from a similar part of Toral, and he was surprised to see someone like me here in Eosia. Whatever the reason, he's let us go twice now. He may be aiding and abetting a nefarious criminal, but I refuse to believe he's a bad person. I think it's worth talking to him, and for that we'll need to create an opportunity. The way he spoke about his homeland to Avenel and Pepin means he probably misses it, which gives me an idea. Where I come from, we have a tradition of using incense burners, and if Kagulja's village is anything like mine, that fragrance will remind him of home. Then just when he's feeling all homesick and vulnerable, we make our move. The incense itself is made from kolpal, a type of tree resin. Do you think you could collect some of that while I gather the other ingredients? I actually came up with this idea back in Alagiri and asked our resistance associate where he might find copal. The good news is that there should be some in a place called the Last Forest. The bad news is that the smell attracts all sorts of horrible creatures, so try not to get eaten. Okay. Before I activate this... Oh wait, never mind. I should have known from the purple haze. I wonder... I should do this too. Alright, come on up here. Is that copal I smell? Yep. This is what it smells like when trees cry. Oh, Koji Fox. Oh my, this is quite the find. Once I mix this with the other ingredients, we'll have a batch of traditional incense ready for burning. Unfortunately, the preparation takes a little while, so in the meantime, perhaps you could begin the search for Kakulja? According to the locals, a Mamuja has been seen near the river which runs through Rust Rock. With all the dust swirling about this place, I can imagine he'd want to wash it off somewhere. I find myself bathing more than usual here, so I can relate. That's kind of a funny tie-in to the guy that wants to go to the baths in I'm blanking out. Lanasia. There we go. There he is. Hey, dude. What are you doing here? Oh, there you are. Here, I have a present for you. It's an incense burner. The metal case is an old one I happen to have with me, but I made the incense from fresh ingredients, including copal that Alessandra collected. Why not try lighting it? I'm sure the aroma will bring back pleasant memories of home. There's no need. I'd recognize that smell anywhere. But as much as I long to return home, I'd rather not be reminded of what I left behind, what I might never see again. As things stand, I've no choice but to continue working as Shotafeet's mercenary, no matter what crimes he commits. But why? The fare for a ship back to Toral is enough to buy a mansion here in Eorzea. At least that's what Shotafeet told me. He said that if I serve him loyally, he'd cover the cost of my journey home. Hold on a moment. Surely that can't be right. People rich and poor travel from Eorzea to Tuliyola all the time.
Well, since I'm unfamiliar with the local customs for negotiations and such, Shaltafeed offered to speak with the ship's owner in my stead. Compared to the journey from Toronto to Eorzea, traveling in the opposite direction is far more perilous due to the, weather conditions and so forth. Were not for Shaltafeed's skill at the bargaining table, the price would have been even higher. Or so he said.
Why are you trusting him, bro? You know he's a liar.
I've been played for a fool, haven't I?
That unscrupulous, thieving snake in the grass! He won't get away with this. I have an idea. You should come with me to Limsa where I can introduce you to the captain of the merchant ship that brought me here. He's sure to give you passage home for a fair price. To tell the truth, I was rather hoping you'd join us in our cause, but you've already been through enough. Getting you home safe and sound comes first.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have unfinished business here. Though I may have been deceived, that is no excuse for the harm and suffering I have caused. I alone must settle the score with Shaltafeed once and for all.
Dude, whenever you're ready, the offer still stands. It's a pity we couldn't join forces, but he's got to do things his own way, I suppose. In any case, let's head back to Alagiri. With all those soldiers around, at least we won't have to worry about bandits, which is more than I can say for this place. La, da, da. You know, Kakuja isn't at all like his first impressions suggested. He was actually rather sweet and perhaps a touch naive. Still, we can't blame him for being taken in by Shaltafeed's lies, and Kakuja wasn't the only one. I can't bring myself to forgive that treacherous viper. Thanks to him, we've been led a merry dance, and still have nothing to show for it. With any luck, our newfound allies Avenel and Pepin will have good news for us before long.
2 more to go.
Discombobulated. You'll never guess what. Someone I've never met before handed me a letter, who said they were asked to deliver it by an entirely different person. There's no way to tell who the message is originally from. As I'm unaccustomed to, well, everything around here, I can't tell if the letter should be taken at face value or if there's some hidden meaning. Perhaps you could take a look?
Sure.
Alessandra is to come to the Alameda Quarter and meet with a man in spectacles. She must arrive incognito. The instructions are clear enough, but even so, this is as suspicious as month-old milk. On the other hand, it could be from Avenel and Pippin. But this smells like a trap. We don't have any better leads. I think we should do as the letter instructs, but proceed with the utmost caution. I'll meet you there. Now that you're here, it's time to get you in disguise. As for me, even the most elaborate costume in the world will do little to keep me hidden in a place like this. I'll stick to the shadows and watch from a safe distance. Oh. I took the liberty of picking your outfit for the occasion. Let's hope it fits, huh? The assassin's straps are a bit tricky to get right, so if they come undone and your disguise falls apart, just come back to me and I'll help you get dressed again. Haven't seen this in a while. I could still use my... You must be Alessandra, correct? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Our mutual friend Avenel sends his regards. Like him, I and several others have resolved to make a clean break and free ourselves of short defeat for good. You and the Mamoja girl have done us a great service by giving us a chance to put things right before reporting us to the Resistance. Now to the matter at hand. No doubt you are wondering why we must resort to such convoluted means to meet with you. Simply put, it is to avoid rousing the suspicions of Shaltafit and those still loyal to him. As for why we brought you here, there's someone we wish for you to meet. For now, I ask that you remain in disguise. It is so easy to get lost here, I swear to God. Your cooperation is appreciated. One moment, please. Glad we have this chance to meet. Would that it were under better circumstances. My attempt to put a stop to Shaltafit's wrongdoing ended in failure. You don't say. You know what he has. I tried to seize the artifact, but he was ready for me. Even so, it wasn't all for nothing. Thank you all for joining me, in spite of the ever-watchful eye of the Resistance. The time has come to initiate the next phase of my master plan. Until recently, we have concentrated our efforts on liberating wares from hapless merchants, but this was all in service to something far greater. Our disruption of the flow of goods into Alamigo has plunged the markets, and as a consequence, the city itself into chaos, exactly as I had foreseen. No longer will we be forced to crawl through the mud and lick the boots of the rich and privileged. We shall cast down the oppressors. They will suffer as we have. The meager shall inherit this land. Down with the old order. I have invested our funds into restoring and enhancing discarded Magitech weaponry. Now nothing can stop us from taking over Alamigo. Enough, Shaltafit. Your treachery ends here. All this time I believed your lies, but no more. Give me the artifact, now. It belongs to Situlja and her people. Kakuja is Shelterfeet's right-hand man. Silence! Look at this wretched soul. That Mamuja girl has turned him against me, his one and only benefactor. Be warned, should any of you side with this traitor, no longer shall you bask in the artifact's blessing. Now seize him, or face the consequences. Yes, that's more like it. Any further interference could place my entire plan in jeopardy. Must act without further delay. With the artifact's blessing and its shockwaves at their disposal, I was given a beating and thrown into the dirt. Later on, my friend here and a few other sympathizers snuck out and treated my injuries. That's good that he had some friends among them. It belongs in a museum! Hi, Jehoshaphat! More importantly, my attempted mutiny will no doubt have Shelterfeet panicking as he struggles to maintain his hold over the rest of the gang. An attack is imminent, with the palace his most likely target. I ask that you relay this to Sitolja. At the very least, she has a right to know the whereabouts of the artifact. I can't wait to play the Indiana Jones game. Okay. I think I've got one more after this. So what happened? I talked with Kakuja. And we were right to trust the sender of the letter after all. We knew Kakuja had escorted the settle with Shelterfeet, but I had no idea he tried to take back the vessel as well. Though we may not be working side by side, I'm glad to count them amongst our allies. Speaking of which, we must inform the resistance about Shelterfeet's plan right away. We stand a far better chance of stopping him with their support, but given the power at his disposal, even that may not be enough. I'll try to think of something. In the meantime, you should make whatever preparations you can, as even the smallest advantage may prove crucial. Oh, and I see you've changed back into your usual garments. Not that the outfit I chose didn't suit you, but I think this is more your style. Alright, this is the last one. Evelyn and Pippin are on their way here. It's Shelterfeet. He's set his plan into motion. We would have come sooner, but after Kakuja openly opposed him, he became even more secretive than before. He refused to share his schemes even with his most loyal. Now he's used a caravan to smuggle a load of Magitech into the city. He's about to launch an assault on the royal palace. We managed to sneak away, but Shelterfeet and the others will make their move any moment now. Understood. We'll head there straight away. We've no choice but to face them head on. While I wish there was more I could do to help, I'd best leave the fighting to you. No, what am I saying? There must be a way I can help. The treasure is from my village. I should be the one to solve this. I'm sure you'll think of something on the way. Just keep your distance.
Thought I'd find you here. See, Doja, you've already done so much for me and the others shot defeat tricked into becoming his accomplices. It will appear it's in your nature to help wherever you can. Nevertheless, your place is not on the battlefield. You must leave that to Alessandra and myself.
But what about your injuries?
They were not so severe to begin with, and those in the gang sympathetic to me provided various bombs to treat the worst of them.
I'm glad to know there are few good eggs among them, but now that we've decided who's going, we need a plan. From the way Shotafit uses the vessel, it's clear there's one thing he hasn't realized yet. As we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. If there's a limit to the blessing's power, we'll find it.
Whatever you do, you'd better do it quickly. Shotafit and the others will soon reach the palace. We'll share everything we know with the Resistance and ask them to come as quickly as possible.
Be careful out there. Bless you, Wanda. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Yeah, I figured it would be over here.
As I said, my wounds are healed. Even if they weren't, I'd still be here.
They must have taken the long way around, since the caravan won't be able to traverse the stairs. We, on the other hand, have no such concerns. Let's take a shortcut and intercept them. Then again, they may try to use the vessel's power to stop our advance. We'd best keep our eyes peeled for danger. You're the best choice to lead the charge, so we'll await your signal. Let's do it! Ready? Well then, it's now or never. Sorry, this charging into battle stuff is all new to me. I won't pretend I'm not scared, but I'll try to stay out of your way. Besides, I can't afford to back down now, knowing what's at stake. Let's show Shotafit who he's dealing with. Wanda, don't play with those. I need that to stay connected. Don't do it.
Infiltrating the city was almost too easy. Now go, comrades. The smoldering ruins of the old order will be the foundation of our utopia. That's as far as you go. Oh, I thought I'd seen the last of you. Do you not see that this artifact can lift up the meek from under the boots of their oppressors? Not just one isolated tribe, but everyone who's ever known fear? You call me a villain, but it's you who would keep such a liberating power to yourself. You are no better than those we struggle against, and only when your ilk have been eradicated will the world know freedom. The hour has come for us to rise up and take what is rightly ours.
My whole village might rely on the treasure's blessing, but we would never use it to steal from others. You lie, cheat, and sow nothing but misery. You don't want to cast down the oppressors. You want to be the oppressors.
Silence! Enough of your sanctimonious prattle.
Craven's Creed. Perhaps I am every bit as wicked as you claim, but what of it? Does your self-righteousness make you better than me? Actually, yes. For you and all those who judge me unworthy, my hatred will never die. Interesting choice of music for this fight. Alright. Okay. Oh. I wonder if maybe I was supposed to point it at him. Ooh, that is a cool buffed up Saber Spark. Should partner with him. Here, let's try it. I don't think that did anything, sadly. Oops. Hit one button too many. What the hells? Various feeding? Is this what you meant? There we go. Okay, since you're on him, I'll target him. Oh, I should have been attacking from over here. I keep forgetting about the way this shield mechanic works. It's okay, at least I've noticed. Well, let's finish off this one. Oh. Quit knocking stuff over. I know you're trying to get comfy, but jeez. Alright. You need to come over here. Hit him from here. Okay, good. I was worried about whether they'd hit him or not. Alright. Aw, man. There we go, kited them. All right, here we go. And the bigger gun. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh god, there's so many bombs! Ah! Oh, I need you to move right now. You need to make a crack! Here, buddy, look at this. She's healing him. The power of friendship compels you. Okay, over here, over here, over here. Wrong button.
Right, and the bigger guns. Jeez Louise, how many missiles do you have, bro? More missiles, more missiles, more missiles. We got the vessel back, and it's still in one piece.
Please, I beg of you, give me the artifact. All the trials I overcame to join the Unbound, everything I did was for a chance at happiness. Without the blessing, I'm nothing. My enemies will live on, unpunished. Enough! I've tried reasoning with you, but it seems there's only one language you understand. Ah! Oh, poor guys. Indeed.
Are you alright?
Never better.
We surrender.
I'd say that Shot Defeat's plans for world domination are well and truly over. Not only that, but the Steelhawk vessel is back where it belongs. Or at least it will be soon. Of course, I have you two to thank for everything. I quite literally couldn't have done it without you.
It's finally over.
I figure there's probably like 2 more scenes.
Although the Resistance arrived more than a bit late, they've now taken Shot Defeat and his cronies into custody. They're lucky we were on hand to confront the gang, or things could have ended very differently. I have to say, my first trip overseas was a lot more eventful than I'd have liked, but I'm glad I had the chance to meet so many interesting people. Well, apart from all the criminals, that is. As much as I'd like to spend more time seeing the sights and whatnot, I suppose I'd best get the vessel back to Thrall. What about you, Kakoja?
There's only one thing I can do. Turn myself in, just like Pepin and Avenel. Even if I was dancing to Shelterfeed's tune, the fact remains that I committed those crimes of my own free will, and I must pay the penalty. Perhaps if I am one day granted freedom, I'd like to pay my way home with fairly earned coin. The first thing I do upon returning is visit your village and offer my apologies for using the artifact to carry out evil deeds. For that, No, it is too soon to speak of such things.
Wherever your journeys lead, you're always welcome in my village. Be sure to come visit one day. How about you, Alessandra? If you happen to pass through Tuliolol, my grandfather would love to show his appreciation for all you've done. Maybe I'll see you there? Hmm.
Bye. Don't make her wait too long.
And we're going back to Tuliola. Da-da-da-da. I'm back.
You're returned, Alessandra. But pray tell, what has become of my granddaughter?
She's on her way here. Why, I'm right here. We did it, grandfather. We took back the Steelhog vessel.
My dear, what a relief it is to see you safe and well. Of course, I am glad you were able to receive the treasure, but even that cannot compare to the joy of seeing your smile once more. And to you, Alessandra, I must express the sincerest gratitude. No doubt we have you to thank for Sitolja's safe return, not to mention that of the vessel as well.
You're welcome. Absolutely. I would have been lost without your guidance and bravery in the face of danger. Thank you, truly. Anyway, we should be getting back to the village. No doubt the others will be clamoring to use the Steelhog vessel to go hunting. I'll be coming back to Tuliolol at some point, so hopefully we'll run into each other again soon. We look forward to it. Until next time. Come on, Grandpapa. Bye.
Are you making your grandpa run like that?
Eat it. Yay! Man. Gosh, I have been streaming for almost 6 hours. I wasn't expecting each roll quest to take that long. Alright, so here's the deal I'm gonna make. So this is the casting one, and then I'll use New Game Plus to redo the healing one. But that I will do next Sunday, because I know for next week I have tickets to go to the Thankmas event that Jacksepticeye is doing here on Friday. And so I don't know how late that's gonna go, but I don't want to have to worry about streaming Saturday morning. So just plan on me coming back next Sunday, December 8th, and I'll be sure to stream the Disciple of Magic roll quest. So that'll be caster and healer, okay? And I'm feeling really tired, so I'm just gonna not even bother seeing the status of things on Twitch. So thank you for those who were able to pop on by and watch me stream this today. If you haven't already, please be sure to give a follow to my channel, as that does help me here on Twitch with my goals. For those who are watching in the future, thank you for checking out my votes. If you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channels so you know when more VODs are available and when I post new songs. I'm still trying to get well enough that I can record some stuff. I've been debating trying to do some Christmas songs now that we're in December proper. But we shall see, we shall see. Well, that's all for now. Have a fantastic day. See you next time. Bye bye.